going live. So, alright, so just waiting for it to pop up on my TV. Okay, I see we are live. Let me just check the sound.
I love it how we've been checking the sound a lot too. I love it how we've been checking the sound.
Billit bop bop badoo bop.
Okay.
Billit bop bop badoo bop.
Alright.
Billit bop bop. I apologize for saying skibbity. I had to do it to him.
That's fine. Yeah, but alright. That's okay. It picked up everybody. So.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's at least good. So, alright. So, yes, hello everyone. How are you?
I am good. How about you?
I am doing.
We are vibing.
Yeah. It's like it's like a random thing I didn't tell you. So last week and even today, so my brother came over, visited, dropped the kids off. You know, because he usually comes over to visit every now and again, but he wants to try to get the kids, getting them used to okay, let's go to like grandma and grandpa's house and let's go see Aunt Danny, but like just dropping them off so that he can do stuff. Yeah, so he wants to start, building get them used to, the kids being separated from mom and dad for when the day comes they have to go to school and stuff, simple things like that. So, as they've been hanging out with us, they have found my bag of dice. They have found my dice tower. They have found my dice jail. And
oh no.
Now they don't know what it's all for. They just see, oh my god, there's all these little things with numbers on them. And it's like, oh, you put them in the tower and they roll. Now they don't realize that it's like, you just put one dice in the tower. No. They gotta put all the dice down the tower. and then whatever the dice doesn't fit in the tower, they try to stuff in the dice jail. So I'm like, they don't quite grasp the concept yet, but I'm like, I gotta bide my time. I gotta wait until they're a little bit older, wait until they understand basic math, and then I'm gonna introduce them to some D&D. It's like, I just gotta wait a few more years.
Yeah, D&D is probably better for people who only have like basic math going.
Because that's all you need. You just need to know basics. Yeah. Just basic subtraction and addition at this point. Like, I mean, you could argue multiplication, division too, but mostly addition, subtraction, and like I said, like my nephew is 5, my niece is 3. So they still
not quite there yet.
No, they know they know how to count the dice, so they can read the numbers off. But it's like, okay, what is? Yeah, if I was to ask them, like, yeah, what is? Make a perception roll. Add the modifier. It's like they'll look at me like, what? So it's like I just gotta wait a couple more years.
The thing is, for some other some other systems, like doing the modifiers is a little bit more math intensive, so that's why I say D&D is probably better in terms of like learning the math initially.
Yeah.
Ow. Oh, Dana, are you okay?
I'm fine. It just
damn. I can't believe it.
Speaking of dice, I was out walking out earlier today and I found this huge D20. Like, Boone can say what it was.
It was actually a spin down D20.
Yeah. Like, it's pretty damn heavy.
Oh damn.
I'm not gonna use it, but holy shit.
This nat 20 gonna feel like a crit when I roll it.
Alrighty. So yeah, shit happened last session.
Some shit did indeed happen. Previously on Ravnica Trail of Dragons, Gamataki found inner peace. And the Guild Cooperation Initiative began.
Uh-huh. Guild
Yeah,
cooperation.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. I don't know why you'd call it anything different. This did include Bedrinus going to Simic and speaking to Aki and finding out that at night helping to investigate the false chromatic stars would be none other than Florens from Azorius. So Florens is cooperating with the Simic alongside Aki, and Bedrinus thus far hasn't quite figured out what her role in the guild cooperation is, although it does seem that they is more officially working with the Simic, which makes sense, all things considered.
Mm-hmm.
Ik and Amut now live with Ericlead, and they will probably be moving in there at some point during this session.
Oh, God.
Right?
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
But Bedrinus was also going around, because when Aki got a look at the notes from Thalmor's base... I need to find some Muzak. I apologize if it takes me a bit to look for the music I want to do.
No problemo. Yeah, that's why I figure once we hear the music starting and shit, I'll switch over to the RP stream.
Yep.
Also, just to let you know, there is a cat on my lap.
No.
Cat. The cat trio: Loki, Cece, and Sterling.
There we go.
Yeah, Sterling is napping. For once.
Yay, the goob is
Yeah,
napping.
I know what music I'm going to use. I'm just going to go to the...
How is your little goob, by the way?
Oh, he's fine.
So Bedrinus did... So when Aki... So like I was saying, when Aki saw the... When Aki saw the notes, he was able to figure out who the test subject was. And he just left. Boy, that's going somewhere. And Bedrinus is like, we should probably tell the other wolf children. Bedrinus and they went to E as well. E was fighting with Subject 47. And Bedrinus didn't really explain why, but told E that E was going to be needed in Izzet. E, a little bit nervous about it. A little bit concerned about what the fuck this might be about. Was willing to go. Naturally.
He's a good boy.
Mm-hmm. Ran into Gamataki on the way down, and Bedrinus ended up having to go to Bear's house to find North. And boy, Bear is secretly, very hush-hush, working for the Dimir. And knows the Bedrinus has been working for the Dimir this whole time. And they have an assignment in Arcavios.
Oh, boy.
Tuffy also came to some realizations during the last session. There was quite a bit of flashback going on to the Copytish case and his interaction with his previous partner, Pacifico Whitewater, who is currently attending School of Strixhaven in Arcavios. And their first interrogation together on a kobold known as Eli Laredo, who Tuffy realized, might be related in some way to the purple lizard that killed his parents. And indeed, the purple lizard that recently was hunting him down. And that's something that Tuffy is going to have to deal with. Along with, maybe a few other things that are going on. But since we don't have Ika or Bear here just yet, the Genshin music is going to Genshin.
That's fine.
Yeah. Thus far, nobody's complained about my Genshin music.
It's very pretty.
Mm-hmm.
Genshin music's good.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what it is about, the games that I like the most. One of the things I tend to like the most about the games that I like is the music. So if a game has good music, I'll probably like it. I'll probably be able to ignore half of the gameplay if it's bad. I'd imagine that after the the meetup with Bear about the mission, Badrinus and they would probably be headed towards the Deadbridge Chasm.
Yes.
And they would probably be able to talk on the way, so we can move a bit away from Bear's house as they're going.
Okay.
It's like, well, this is gonna that kind of complicates things.
It's like, regardless of his reasons, I just cannot believe that he would decide of all the guilds, he would choose ours.
I mean, especially for Dorian.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
But
he thinks for a moment. It's like, knowing Dorian, but I don't think Dorian would have accepted it if it wasn't Dorian's idea, would he? If he wasn't good with it.
That's the impression that I got.
And he kind of hates Bear.
I was always under the assumption that it was mutual. Like, the both of them. Like, on both ends.
That something is not fully adding up about this.
Yeah, for now, let's just count our blessings that we've not gotten on Bear's bad side.
I mean, if he decided to join Demir, I figure he understands the need for the secrecy. I would like for Badrinus to roll an insight check.
Insight. Okie dokie. Let me pull up my sheet. 21.
There was seemingly a bit of a light bulb moment going on with they after he said that, or after they said that.
Yeah, so picking up on this, she just kind of just turns to him, like assuming that he is being, glob scarf on her shoulders.
They are being glob scarf.
Okay. Yeah, so she'll...
We both need to be better about they's pronouns, which, to be fair, they's pronouns are also their name.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit more difficult.
I know.
And they are generally male presenting, so it can be a challenge.
I know, but still, it's like, that's technically the pronouns are they. It's just, it's hard when it's the name too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anywho, and so she turns to them and just says, and it's just like noticing like that little light bulb moment, and she just goes, "What is it?" It's like something clicked, didn't it?
There's not a stranger to keeping secrets either, is he?
Yeah, so far he seems he's very understanding.
No, I don't mean just understanding. I mean he does it. He kind of like gestures as though to indicate like the championship belt.
I suppose you're right. Despite his tendencies, he really is a good and honest cop.
Yeah, and he also knows how to think like a criminal. I don't know, maybe... Do you think Dorian knew?
It's possible. I mean, he is our boss, and we're not exactly privy to all of his sources.
I would not be surprised if Dorian ended up approaching us about this mission himself. Approaching you about what mission?
So then, Bedrina, she'll just turn to him, and she'll just bluntly ask, "Sir, did you honestly recruit Bear into the house?"
Yes.
And this mission that you've given him, this was the reason that you specifically recruited him?
It wasn't the only reason. He looks to Padrinas and is like, to put it a bit bluntly, I realized that my hatred for him was in error. Built off of emotion rather than any sort of logical conjecture. We are both after the same thing. Our methods differ. And my hatred was built on who I was. Not who I am.
It's like, now that he's now that he is in our guild, just how much does he know?
I did very well attempt to keep your membership a secret, but he was a bit too savvy for that. I initially told him that his partner in the Liliana mission was going to simply be Tori. I will say, he looks to Padrinas. I'm very impressed by your level of secrecy.
Well, that is my job.
I didn't know you had already been to Arcavios.
How did you know? Or is that just too sensitive?
Let's just say someone figured it out. If you'll recall from the last session, as an out of character note, like this isn't being said in character. Mm-hmm. Bear was actually the one to tell Dorian that you had been to Arcavios.
Gotcha.
Still, it's something. Still. There's no anger. I am actually impressed, and I understand exactly why you would keep it close to your chest.
Mm-hmm. We already know that this cult, they've got members in all the guilds, and we can't have that kind of information just getting out.
He stops for a moment, looks at you, and is like, interesting. Now, I didn't say that he'd said that you'd met the target. Which would be, to my knowledge, the only reason you may find that relevant to the cult. So have you?
Well, it would be stupid to say no now.
The secrecy of this is going to be very important. The fact that you kept it from me when Kaya couldn't, that shows I'm choosing the right people for this job.
It's like in that case, in time we will have to go to Arcavios. There's much that will need to be done there, but specifically when it comes to this, do we have any relative safety?
The protective custody of the target will be handled by me directly. I believe I understand what your concern regarding this protective custody is.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so then, yeah, so then, yeah, Badrinus will just say, it's like, you've been active in the house for a very long time, longer than I. But even I know, yeah, you can't, even I know that the house, it can be very dangerous. It's not just the cult. It's not just the cult that would want their hands on the target.
I'm aware of what Lazav would do, yes.
Lazav is the guild master.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which is why it's very important that we have missions to act as cover.
Mm-hmm.
Until you're going to Arcavios to handle the cult, there is no reason to accelerate your trip to Arcavios.
I understand. And at least from our discussion with Bear, it sounds as if, it might be best to have him taking care of delivering the targets to you. It will have to be my job to cover him from everybody, including the chasers.
That would probably be wise. It is my understanding that there is a member of the Azorius currently attending the College of Strixhaven.
Remind me, DM. Does Badrinus know about that? Because we know at least of the cult members. Like we know of two of the cult members that are in Arcavios and Strixhaven.
The thing is, I know that you haven't been told on screen, but I would like you to roll a history check to see if you've done enough investigation to already know about that without being overtly told.
Gotcha. Okay, that will be 22.
22. You are aware of Pacifico being there. You didn't see Pacifico when you went to Arcavios before, but you also didn't go to the college he purportedly went to, Silverquill.
That's right, yeah, because she started in Quandrix and then went to Witherbloom.
Yes.
Gotcha. All right, so then, so with that, she's like, it's like Azor hit, like, the Azorius. It's like, are you referring to Pacifico Whitewater?
Yes.
It's like,
He is another potential complication of your plan.
Well, fortunately, I don't think I spotted him when we went there. Now, granted, from what I've gathered, there are 5 colleges in Strixhaven, and I've only set foot in 2 of them, and I did not see him in either of those. Fortunately, the target is in one of those colleges that I visited, so if he is more active in a different college, at the very least, that could work to our benefit, unless he happens to, like, come over for a class or some kind of other activity.
Right. He would be an asset in your other missions in Arcavios, I think. But this one, it is very much a risk for him to know about it.
Understood.
And of course, there is also the distinct possibility that there are other cult members lurking in Arcavios.
Yeah, so regardless, we're gonna have to keep our guard up.
I would be inclined to agree.
Alright. It's like in that case, I will take your advice. Try to take on some other missions, and then eventually, hopefully buy some more time, even just to plan for Arcavios. It's like I said, I'm gonna have to cover bear, which means I am going to have to be working against the chasers. I am going to have to be deceiving them, possibly using magic against them. And again, that could potentially be dangerous. My concern is Eliza, especially with what has happened recently when she awakened into this new form. I don't want to risk anything possibly triggering another violent transformation.
I was there to see when that happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I have experience with such things.
I mean, we were very fortunate to have Amut with us this time, but that's not going to be the case every time.
That is true. And unfortunately, other people who we would want to be there are not necessarily people who we would want to be there to help control if Eliza goes out of control again. Would not necessarily be people we want being in on this particular mission. The good news is, based on what I can surmise from Ericlead, going out of control like that isn't exactly common once it's happened the first time. But I do not know if that's simply Ericlead's resolve, or if it's a trait of those of Ugin's lineage. I do not believe Eliza would intentionally do anything to harm her, though.
Not directly, but it's like if she just loses control, we just can't take that risk.
No, we can't. I do not know enough about the other tracers, or the other chasers. My brain just wanted to correct that word.
That's okay.
I do not know enough about the other chasers' opinions of Liliana to say if they would be more interested in her harm or not. I know Eliza was there and saw what happened. There's someone else who was. Not directly in your group. Actually, no, he wouldn't have seen it. Never mind.
No. Okay.
But it's like, there's someone who was there. Maybe not at that moment. But I would not be surprised if he and Eliza shared about their experiences with what happened.
Whom are you referring to?
Zaida Omar. He was also but a child then.
Yeah, she just kind of just takes that in, just like oh.
When Gideon told Planeswalkers to leave, he did. I know he's felt guilt over that decision since. But if anyone is going to be of the same opinion of Eliza, and potentially be ready and willing to help her, it may be him. Actually, speaking of her husbands, Zadok Noli.
Do you find him trustworthy enough?
I find it much more likely. In looking at this, I need to look at who of my rank or higher these people work for. Zadok does work for me. Not directly, he technically works for one of my subordinates. But he does. And given his relationship with Eliza, even if he wasn't necessarily... To be honest, given that relationship, even if he was working for Lazov himself, I think he would understand how it would hurt Eliza for the target to come out hurt. And I don't think he'd do that to her.
So we do have some potential allies, potential options that we can utilize when the time comes.
Exactly.
Alrighty then. Okay. Alright. Alright, I guess in that case, is there anything else that we need to be informed about?
Just one thing. As you mentioned, the cult isn't the only source of strife within the Dimir. He looks between the two of you. And truthfully, I believe more direct conflict between our members is coming. Maybe not now, but soon.
I mean, I suppose that shouldn't be too much of a surprise. I mean, the house just constantly, everybody keeps secrets. Everybody's constantly working in their own little groups. Everyone's got their own agendas. I mean, I suppose it really shouldn't be that much of a surprise, but regardless.
I trust you to remain on my side in this. This goes to no one if I don't clear it. Specifically with these people. Bear is allowed to know. Tori, obviously. And Ishimoto is allowed to know. I intend on making a power play against Lazov.
You want to take the house.
Lazov's methods are cruel and callous. They are a source of conflict for the whole of Ravnica.
Okay, I guess Abadrinus just looks to Tori, trying gauging Tori's reaction.
Roll an insight check.
Alrighty, insight. Let's see that. 18.
Now, Tori does seem to be very focused in all of this, but you can tell that there's nervousness with him hearing about this shit.
Okay.
I hope you like that I changed to some spy music for this.
Oh, I know, yes. Yeah, so it's like, yeah, she's like, this is a very, very tall order.
Very rare. But truthfully, I'd rather die fighting than live on my knees. I've done enough of the latter, it's time I do the former.
And truth be told, it's like, just regardless of how I feel about the things that I've done, in the end, you have been very good to us. What I have heard is with what has happened to other members, just horrible things I could barely fathom. And I do thank you for at least, shielding us from that. But I suppose if we are to do this, then I will have no choice. We will have to confront those horrors.
We will. The good news is that I may be able to collect more allies. I'm not the only director in the Demir who shields his agents from Lazov. But I do not want to make a move. To recruit anyone to our cause before I'm certain.
Mm-hmm. Understandable. And
That's why I'm making it very clear who can know about what. You of all people would understand exactly how delicate this type of operation is.
Mm-hmm. It's like,
I also believe that Lazav himself may be working directly with the cult of Bolas.
considering how much we really don't know about Lazav. It's like, I suppose it wouldn't surprise me, but, the lack of information is not exactly a comfort.
Given all the information, he kind of starts walking sort of to your side, as basically walking with you.
Mm-hmm.
Given the information we found out about who the cult of Bolas is recruiting when we were in Kaldheim, the information that those dreams revealed about Anonymly.
Mm-hmm.
He's always been one of Lazav's agents.
And given at least getting a glimpse of what he's trying to accomplish. Now, he's trying to take a Moot's position, which to my understanding, quite the prestigious one.
Given what we also found out about the lies Amut was told,
Mm-hmm.
It seems unlikely that this was a plan that was intended only recently.
Yeah. So when the time comes to really cut Lazav at the ankles, we have to take care of Anomaly.
Precisely.
Do we have any information on where, does he have a stable place, or has he been hard to track?
I believe you already know the answer to that.
If only I knew how exactly. Yeah, because the dreams just came randomly. If there was a way that we could possibly tap in, or find a way to willingly summon and more of these dreams.
Bear, to recap you on some of what you missed so far.
Good morning,
basically,
mortals. Unfortunately, there's no caffeine in my house at the moment.
Damn. Maybe this will wake you up. Dorian is speaking to Padrinas about the mission. Has said, here's a small list of people that I think would be helpful in the mission that can be trusted. And has also revealed another mission to Padrinas.
Okay.
The mission that he wants to overthrow Lazav.
Ah.
And that he thinks Lazav is working directly with the cult of Bolas.
Okay.
We got some we got some Giorno Giovanna going up in here.
He has a dream.
I see.
It's
probably a good idea that he didn't bring that up to me.
and we've got spy music for this shit. He did say that you're allowed to tell that Badrinas is allowed to tell you about it, by the way. So and one of the ways he did put it was that he'd rather die on his feet than live on his knees. He's done enough of the latter, and it's time to do the former.
And I'm not necessarily willing to say that my plans in regards to to our target are completely unrelated. As a form of leverage against Lazov. But it is not the primary reason I wish to protect Liliana Vess. If there's one thing that the narrative of the cult was correct about, it's that Ravnica needs to change. Other guilds have the leadership that is willing and able to enact that change. Lazov won't.
Oh, also, Anomaly in terms of like the Demir hierarchy works directly for Lazov, and Dorian believes that Lazov is the one who basically sent Anomaly to the cult.
I believe we have other focuses to narrow in on for the moment, though.
Yes. Yep, we're gonna need a lot of preparation.
I would agree. This is not going to be swift.
I'm sorry, become a double agent. Implying he wasn't already a double agent. Anyway.
I'll leave you to the rest of your work. I have more potential allies to recruit.
Very well. Okay, as usual, I will keep you informed of our activities.
Enjoy the mood whiplash.
He's like, yes. Now, if you'll excuse me, sir, there actually is a task I have to attend to.
Given the direction you're going, I think I know what it is.
Yeah, we have one last brother to see.
Right. Take care of yourself, Madrinas.
You too.
And he is going to step away back towards Orzhova.
Alright. So then I guess as they're making their way to Austral, you know, Badrina, she's just kind of like she's just kind of quiet, you know, thinking to herself. I mean, if Tori wants to make an insight check, he's more than welcome.
Tori will make an insight check. Do I have a sheet for Tori? I don't think I do, so I'm going to make up some numbers. 21.
21, okay. So yeah, I mean, you can just see, like, yeah, like, just as how he was worried when they were walking before their boss showed up. Now, yeah, now Bedrinus definitely, you know, as much as a Vidalcan can show worry.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was set for my alarm clock.
Yeah, no problem.
You are fine. It's like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, this is
That?
this is a lot.
I would wonder what's gotten into him, but,
It's like, you know, it's just, as he said, just right now, we do have more important missions we need to worry about right now. We don't need to, we don't need to dive fully into this just yet.
For the moment, I guess let him handle the macro of that.
Mm-hmm. And then I suppose when it feels like we're getting closer and closer, I think maybe that is when we can inform Bear. I mean, considering that Bear has now joined the house, he certainly has the right to know, but, you know, right now we have more important things to do. Let's just keep him focused on those.
Yeah. Boy, he is really spinning a lot of plates.
Mm-hmm.
How long has he been spinning all these plates? Anyway, so you guys get to Deadbridge Chasm.
Alrighty.
And you guys find Austral moving shit.
Alright, and then,
Hey, Ick isn't here.
it's like, yeah, it's like, that's not yeah, we didn't exactly come to see Ick, actually. We wanted to speak to you, you know, might we trouble you for a few minutes?
Like, as you're about to say, didn't come to speak Ick, he starts to say, Severus isn't here either. And then when you end up saying that, like, oh no, we're here to see you, it's like, what? Okay.
Okay.
He sets down what he's carrying.
Alright. Just like, okay. Yeah, that's where it's like, alright, so that's where she's like, yeah, I'm not quite sure how exactly to explain this. Like, I guess if anything, you know, we can fill in the details later, but for right now, your brothers are at the Izzet League. And we really think you need to be there as well. It's an important family matter.
An important family matter.
Alright, yep. And she goes, he's like, we were just, yeah, it's like, my comrades and I, we found your father. You know, he is in good hands. One of our companions has been taking care of him, but he is at Izzet.
He blinks twice.
You know I wasn't really looking for my dad, right?
It's like,
I mean,
it's like regardless, your brothers are there, and it's like, if you're not gonna be there for him, be there for your brothers. As I said, this is a family matter. Like you should all be together for this.
I guess so. This whole family thing is still a little bit new to me. But, fine, I'll, head that way. Will anybody else be there? I don't really know what to say or do in a situation like that. He looks around, it's like, maybe there's a flower growing out of some of this stuff. People do flowers with stuff like this, right?
Like, I suppose if we find the right kind of flowers.
Make a nature check to see if you can find flowers down here.
Okay, yeah, that's a nature check. Oh God, yeah, of course. Oh, of course, it's an intelligence, my highest stat. So that would be a 21.
You are able to find flowers. The flowers that would be down here are mostly weeds.
Yeah.
Not even sunflowers. But like, hang on, I need to. Yeah, I'd imagine like blind weeds. Really, the common blue violet is a weed. You know what? I'm gonna say that some of the ones that you're able to find are blue violets.
Okay.
For 21, I think you should find something at least useful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen a few of those. What? Those are good?
It's like, yeah, certainly more attractive than some of these other weeds.
I mean, to you, maybe.
I suppose. And fun fact, Boone, I actually just did a quick search. The common blue violet, it's associated with modesty, love, faithfulness, and watchfulness.
So it's actually very fitting. It's actually like one of the most fitting flowers.
Yeah. In this instance, it sounds appropriate.
Right, I'll get a bunch of these then.
And he winds up picking the flowers. It's like, I guess I'll head over to... Is it then?
Alrighty then.
And we are actually going to head that way. Let me change the music first. Bonus points if you know where this song is from. Hey, Ika, could you drop your token, please? I would actually like you down here.
Oops, my bad.
You're fine. Understandable. So you are kind of tending to, you know, the shit that's going on with Ulfnir. Like, obviously, various technologies, and he is still, like, he's stable, but not exactly conscious.
Stable but not quite unconscious, so he's like sort of awake.
No, I said not conscious.
Ah, so unconscious. Okay.
Yes.
I just look at Wolfnir, like checking his wounds and everything.
It's real fucking bad. Like, thus far, the main things you guys have been able to do is get the chromatic stars that were already in him out of him.
Yeah.
But it's still, and you've been able to stop the bleeding, and again, he's stable, but like, there's clearly a lot of damage, and that damage has happened over time. Over lots of time. There's, like, incredibly deep scar tissue, like, all over the place. Would anyone like to be Anadora as Aki shows up? I'm asking the rest of the party if anyone wants to play Anadora as Aki shows up.
Last I checked, my voice is a little bit too deep for this one.
Yeah, I mean, I just did like a whole chunk of RPing right now, so it's like somebody else can take the role if they want.
Ick, Eliza, Tuffy, do you guys want to?
I'll do it if nobody else will.
Okay.
All right.
He shows up. He's in his wolf form. Basically charges in. Heads right to the desk. Hands on the counter. Just like, Wazy.
Firstly, what's your name?
My character's name is Ika.
No. Talking to Aki.
Aki.
Aki, yeah. Yes, I know of you. You're gonna go down to, so-and-so, whatever the number is, to the room. I will lead you there if you want.
Thanks. And he just starts sprinting off. He looks out of breath as he, like, dashes into the room. And Ika, you can see just the tension in his muscles just, like, shifts down. And again, you notice that normally when you see him, he's not in wolf form.
So tight.
But this
time I do, what's going on? Like, what's you in the wolf form? You normally do not use the wolf form like in a place like this.
Well, and he looks down. Fuck. Sorry.
So glitch.
Like, he's still out of breath, and, like, it's clear his muscles are just, like, shit. That he's, like, shaking from the tension of everything.
Well, what happened?
So that's really him?
Yep.
Oh my god. It's...
Like, I haven't... saw his wounds, it's like deep. It's like pretty deep. They won't manage to get the chromatic stuff out of his body. We were able to stop the bleeding, but he's still like badly hurt.
Yeah, we got those of it Simic to research. It's way worse than what those papers described. He is like on the verge of tears, if not already crying a little bit.
Just have to. Would we be able to check if like he could ever recover from this chromatic stuff?
Roll me a medicine check to see how long it might take him to recover.
A 9.
For a 9 on a
Yeah.
medicine check?
Yep.
Okay, with that, you're most likely he will eventually wake up. You are not sure if he will ever be the same again.
Ah, yes. I'm not too sure, like, if he'll ever be the same, like, after all this. It's like it's like something I've never seen before.
I'll figure it out. I will find a way to do something. The fucking it's the reason I didn't have a dad, but I'd be fucking dead.
Don't worry, we'll be able to make sure he's recovered. Don't know when, but it's a matter of will.
Another wolf child shows up. He looks a little bit more timid than Aki did.
Hello.
He was told that he was needed family.
Yes, down the hall.
And he actually will move slower and probably take your guidance to go there. And he'll probably along the way just go, what happened? He not really get explanation.
Oh, you want me more? Okay.
Yeah.
I was told that they found your father. He's not in good condition, but he is stable. one of your other brothers is already here, so...
Thank you, Miss Anna.
You're welcome.
And this is when E shows up. I'm gonna have Aki move more into the room, still seething and crying. Oh. Hi, Miss Ika.
Hello. Like, I'm sorry to hear about you. I'm sorry to, about this happening to your father. They've done all they could to remove all this stuff and all the chromatic stuff from his body, and they managed to keep him stabilized, but it's like it would be a long time from now until whenever he'll wake up from it.
Chromatic stuff?
Yep.
They were making artificial chromatic stars using his body. Artificial versions of what's inside Bear. Oh no. Yeah, oh no! They were torturing him! He is like kind of a little bit. He is also very sad. Let's put it that way. But he's like surprisingly a little bit less emotional about it. That emotionally like high strung about it than Aki.
Mm.
So he is able to be the comfort for the moment. Next wolf child come in.
The good boy.
Hi,
Oh, hi, North.
I was told my dad was here.
Yes, he's in stable condition, but he hasn't woken up. Two other wolves, showed up. I believe they are your brothers. Just down the hall. Points to where they go.
Thanks. I guess the last one's probably coming.
Oh boy.
Hi.
And he heads down the hall. He walks in. It's like, oh. Aki is like quick to be like, no, North, you can't, you are not ready to see this. E thinks it's fine. North is Bear's very close friend. He's strong.
I just say the same thing to North. Also, like he's wolf form.
interesting thing is that Aki is the only one who has both a human and a wolf form.
Okay, never mind.
Because Aki's like literally a werewolf, whereas the others are either anthro wolves or have wolf-like characteristics.
Okay.
Yeah. One thing that you notice is that North is actually the one that resembles Ulfnir the most, especially because of the fur color.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. If you think it would help, there might be some herbs in Selesnya that could help with treating this. I could ask around with some of the druids.
Would I know if Celestia herbs could, like, help Wolf Nia get better?
Roll a medicine check.
That's a nat 1, so 6.
You
Oh
have
my god.
You have no knowledge of Selesnian herbal medication.
I don't know.
I think given it's completely outside of your color identity, I think that's fair.
Yeah. I don't know what this, like, Selesnian herbal medication you're talking about. I had no idea that Selesnya even has herbs.
North looks at you, it's like... It's Selesnya, of course they have herbs.
Thought I've always thought of them as the herb type. I thought they're just... Alright, of course the peace-loving, hippie sort of guild would have herbs.
That does kind of lighten the mood a little bit, to be fair. It's like, of course we do. I'll look into it. North is like, and North begins to be a little bit more of the protector, being like, "Are you guys okay?" Aki's just like, "No!" Before we invite party members into this, there's one more wolf that has to show up. Austral shows up with these bluish purplish flowers.
Oh, hello. You must be the last one.
Yeah.
Alright. He's in stable condition, but he's not awake. Just go down the hallway. Can't miss it.
As he's going down, like, while he's on the way, Aki would be like, "Do you know his name? You know that paperwork didn't... You know those fuckers didn't even bother with a fucking name for him?" Can I at least know what the name of my dad is, please?
Wolfnir.
Ulfnir.
Yeah.
And Ika, you would probably know that and be able to relay it to him.
Yeah, I would have just relayed it to him as well, all the information I told the other 3 wolves about it.
Well, Aki, like, is specifically asking for the name because he came in, like, knowing a lot of the details because he looked at, like, the research documents. But but noting that the research documents didn't have his name on them.
Oh.
So, that's why he's specifically asking for the name.
Yeah. I would be aware of what was on the research documents.
Yes, because those were collected in Thalmor's base.
Okay, I would just mention the name that's been on the research documents.
Ulfnir's name was not on the research documents.
Okay.
I'm explicitly saying that his name was not on there, and that's why he's asking you for the name.
You learned the name from Bear.
Yes.
Yes. I would say the name to him.
Ulfnir.
Yep, Ulfnir.
At least we know. At least if he wakes up, we'll be able to call him that. And Aki's like in the midst of another angry tirade, wishing death upon the entire cult of Bolas. When Austral shows up, it's like, Aye! Calm the fuck down!
They took out all the chromatic stuff out of his body, and they've stabilized him, so the bleeding stopped. So it's just a matter of like when he will wake up.
Austral looks over and is like, well, that's good. Ika, I want you to roll an insight check as Austral looks over and sees Ulfnir's condition.
That's a 15.
Okay, you can tell very easily that Austral is a lot less disturbed by how bad the wounds are than any of the other children of Ulfnir. And you also see that he has these flowers. He's like, oh, right, do you have, like, a vase for these?
Is there actually a vase? Like, I think there would be one provided.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a vase just right on the bedside table. You can put them in there.
We go. He puts them in there. And now we can have party members that want to show up. I think Badrinas should get first crack at it, since Badrinas was...
Yeah.
If Badrinas was going to show up, Badrinas would have been right behind Austral.
Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, so she goes to the front desk, and yeah, and she just goes, it's like hello there, just wondering, have 4 wolf brethren arrived here?
Yes, they're just down the way, you can't miss it.
Good. Thank you.
It is worth noting that Enadora and Badrinas do directly know each other because of Badrinas' little excursion
right
to Ikoria.
Are you okay, by the way? You look a little shaken.
Yeah, it's just a lot as...
And actually,
Yeah, it's like, oh.
I apologize, I need to...
Yeah, no problem.
I need to drop in another token.
No problem. Yeah, she's just like, yeah, a lot has happened lately.
I see.
Yes, it's just like, but yes, it's just right now, you know. Yeah, right now I'm just concerned, like, yeah, what, yeah, do you happen to know what is his current condition?
He's stable, but he hasn't woken up yet.
Alright. Alright, well, Ika is keeping him alive, you know. Alright. Alright, he's like, well, thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I imagine they probably want some time, so I guess I'll just wait out here for a little bit.
Alright.
Okay. Alrighty, and then, I can see, like, on the map, there's, like, a little chair or something literally right outside, the room. So Padrinas she'll probably go there.
Alright, yeah, probably. On the other side here, you can probably hear Aki's shouting sometimes from in the room.
Right, so it's like, you know, close enough to hear anything, if anything comes in, but still giving the most, you know, some semblance of privacy.
Do any other party members want to show up?
Probably.
Bear, Bear, you
Sorry.
may notice something about your token.
Yes, I do. Bear calmly makes his way in and up to the front desk. Hello!
Bear.
North would have come in to visit his father. Which road did they go to?
Just down the way. His father's in stable condition, but he has not woken up yet.
Okay. Thank you for taking care of him.
No problem.
Bear will make his way over. Notice the room as he's passing. And continue down.
Yeah. Don't worry, we might get to that later.
He gently knocks on the door.
You can hear inside Aki, like, saying something, gut them like a fish, and then he opens the door. What? Oh, hey.
Hello, Aki. Got them like a fish. I hope you are talking about the people responsible?
Yeah, them.
Well, the one personally responsible for the experiments has been beheaded.
Were other names in those documents besides him?
No, there were no names.
Have the documents. I know every single fucking researcher he had on his fucking payroll.
We could not find any of them. He was alone in his facility.
Then I'll do it. I'll
Okay.
fucking find their asses.
Bear puts a hand on his head. Do not become a criminal. Leave it to us.
Pity what they did, right?
I know. I have come to have a look now that the stars have been removed.
He kind of steps out of the room for the moment, like clearly emotionally distraught.
Austral? E? North? Hello.
Hi. Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Hello, Ika. He's stable, yes?
Yes, he is. We just don't know when he will wake up.
Bear makes his way over to the bed slowly.
Some of the
What
wounds...
treatments has he gone through?
Ika, would you like to describe? Would you like to give any sort of description of what treatment you could imagine that would have already been done?
Yeah, they've managed to remove all the chromatic stuff from his body. All the bleeding's been stopped. That's how he got stabilized, and well,
Probably stitches too.
yep, all those wounds have been stitched up. Lots of stitches too, because of how deep they are.
As a matter of fact, I'll give you this much, Ika. Some of the wounds, look like they might have gone all the way down to the bone.
Some of them went all the way down to the bone, and that's the most gnarly of all the wounds that I've seen.
He was in captivity for a very long time, being saturated with magic is the only way to put it. In the creation of false chromatic stars.
I don't think he's going to get better with us crowding him like this.
No. If worse comes to worse, Bear will need to try to find something. It cannot let this man die. And Bear gives the three brothers who are inside a nod. Bear does not doubt that he thought of all of you. Something says to Bear, though he never met or any of you, he loved you all deeply and could tell you were living life. Bear has more work to do. We'll see you next time. And with that, Bear will head to leave. Okay.
He turns towards you. He's like, yeah.
Look me in the eyes. And Bear, he sort of lowers himself to be at Oscar's level. We will make every single one of them pay for what they have done. Do not go out and be a vigilante for Lionel to try and hunt down.
We've got the Guild Corporation, right? I could join the fucking Azorius if I wanted to.
It does not give you the ability to just kill people. You join Azorius, you learn how to arrest.
Got other work I needed to be doing anyway.
Say goodbye to your father before you leave.
Yeah.
And Bear will step forward and give him a hug, whether he wants it or not.
He doesn't, but like...
There's nothing he can do to stop Bear.
Nah. I want you to go ahead and roll the persuasion check.
Persuasion check, okay. Pull my fucking dice down. I forgot to pull them down.
You will not understand. You will not know the what the result of it means yet. You will later.
Gotta pull my
And later
sheet
may
up,
not
too.
be this session.
We know one thing for sure about Bear, is he is very good at very few things. Persuasion isn't exactly one of them, but that is a 16.
All right, that is noted, and we'll understand what effect that has on Aki later.
And then Bear will leave.
Letter has sent me an idea that I really like.
I love the idea too.
So I'm just gonna...
It's very on
I guess
the nose,
I guess technically I put this in the art chat. This is the constellation Lupus.
Hi, we get to see this all year round.
Yeah,
Lucky.
this is the constellation Lupus. His wounds are in that pattern.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Badrinas, you're right here. Do you have anything to say to Aki, considering he's out here?
Yeah, so just, yeah, she just kind of just turns to Aki, and, you know, having pretty much just overheard everything, you know, she just says, yeah, she's just like, you know, it's like, you know, you would do well to heed Bear's advice.
I know I would. To make it easy.
Mm-hmm. Perfectly understandable. Just that being said, just, you know. Yeah, it's not, it's obviously not just because, you know, we don't want to see you getting arrested or hurt or anything. It's just, like, we still don't fully grasp, you know, who or what we're dealing with. We know a lot, but there's still much we don't know. So we can't just, like, blindly, you know, go off and, you know, we can't go blindly go off doing our own thing. It's just too dangerous.
I'll just have to keep doing more research, I think.
Mm-hmm. just know that yeah, he is in good hands. Ika is a very, very fine cleric, one of the best I've ever seen.
Go say goodbye for the moment. And I don't think I can stay. I don't think I could handle staying.
Okay.
So he will step back in. He'll move over to the side. It's like, Dad, I don't know if you can hear me, but I just wanted to say goodbye before I go back to my research. I'm gonna get a better understanding of what they did to you. I'm gonna have a hand in making sure all of them pay for it. I may not be the one to do it myself. But I'm going to be involved in them paying for doing this to you. And he will end up probably passing Bear on the way as he leaves. So would any other party members like to show up?
I don't know if Eliza would show up.
Alright, if we don't necessarily have other party members showing up, at least not for now, then I think for the moment I need to set up some of my mood whiplash. By the way, none of you were able to name it. Unfortunate. But I will give you the answer. It's from the game Trauma Center.
Oh god damn! I haven't heard. Ah god, I haven't seen Trauma Center in years.
Fuck,
Yeah.
I feel old. Thanks for making me feel old. Thanks for making me feel old, you fuck.
If I have to feel old on a constant basis, then everyone has to feel old.
When did it come out?
Exactly. Too long.
That's not that old.
Hey, Ick, would you like to be here?
Ooh, Ick here. Where is Ick here?
Ick here.
Ick here, okay. Is Ick on the map yet? I don't know. Ick will just drag on there.
Yeah, just put yourself on the map.
Yeah.
It ain't a biggie. Well, all right. Ick, Amut,
welcome to your new home. Eric's house is fucking big. Like, it is basically a mansion.
Ick sort of zoomies around, like just looking for crannies.
Ah, I see. We're pulling a Sterling.
Let it be known that you find plenty of them. Amoot's kind of marveling at this as well. He's like, I can see why you were so willing to offer up your home. This is far more space than you would need by yourself. He thinks for a moment, and he's like, if you don't mind me asking, why don't Eliza and her mother stay with you? Their protection. I presume from the ones that would target you because of being a child of Ugin, correct? Yeah. Ick, do you have anything to say on the matter?
Ick is trying to listen, but she's very excited by all the fancy furniture.
Oh my god.
The fancy furniture is very exciting.
Like, she's trying to be nice and paying attention, but she's not the best at doing that.
Listen, I don't want you two worrying about all of that right now, okay? Main things I want you two worrying about is making yourselves at home, alright?
Were there any particularly nice vases for Ick to just pick up and carry over with her?
Yes.
Nice. She just carries it like, you know, it's just natural for her to have picked up a vase. It's just hers now.
And as a matter of fact, this vase is a black and silver color that vaguely makes you think of the Remora tournament competitor Archangel Creedalai.
Oh no.
Oh, look, the key to my secret identity. I sure hope no goblin picks it up. Oh, shit!
It's not the key to his secret identity. It just happens to have similar coloring that would make you think of him a little bit.
It just sort of walks over with it casually and just... Like, she's just standing there being nice and listening now, holding her vase.
Please do be careful with that. That was a gift.
Ick, very careful.
Why the fuck you lying?
How careful is Ick being?
Like, she's not trying to be rough with it, but she is a goblin, and I imagine goblins just aren't naturally that careful with things like that.
Roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Oh no!
Okay, where do... The cat's on the desk. I need to roll it over here.
Damn it, Sterling.
What is my dex? What is my dex? That's a dirty 20.
You are managing to be careful enough with it to not.
I imagine he's very worried, though.
He is very worried. Wait, this place has 2 floors?
More than 2.
How many floor?
3.
Why stop at 3? Why stop at 3? Why not 7? Build down.
I'm not Dorian.
Hey, Ick.
Hmm?
I would like for you to roll a perception check.
Yep. I'm gonna move my tablet. Go. Move. Go away. Need better rolling space. There we go. Oh, God. Oh! Oh, that was perception, right?
Yes.
That is a 29, so a natural 20.
Oh no, Bear died.
Oh.
No.
Oh, did he die?
With a natural 20.
They're back.
Bear back. I will give you this. Do you have any kind of special forms of vision?
Ick has dark vision.
Okay. That, unfortunately, would not help you in this instance.
Okay, Ick doesn't have any other types of vision, I think.
Okay.
No, she doesn't.
So, I will say that you see distinctly, like, if not for how well you perceived this, you would swear that it was like some kind of optical illusion. You see, like, at the dining room table, one of the chairs push out.
Huh.
And then seemingly
haunted?
push back in a slightly different position. You know, like someone was sitting there.
Spoopy.
Are there ghosts here?
Oh, it's Orzhov. Of course there are.
Oh.
That
Ick never lived with ghosts.
That also explains a few things. I also don't have any experience with ghosts.
Can we do science? What? Fuck! I forgot how to pronounce it. Seance.
Hang on, I have a potentially very funny joke, but I have to look up the text of the Magic the Gathering spell card seance.
Oh no.
Okay. It's like, well, that would mostly work if their bodies were still here, and it would only be temporary anyway. I am actually basing this on, like, the actual text of what the card seance does, by the way.
Nice.
They're fine. Don't worry about it. Most of them are just servants under contract.
Oh. Can you tell them Ik and Amut says hi?
Oh, they heard you.
Can you tell them?
Oh my god.
Why would I need... But can you tell them? Are we really... Tell them?
Fucking dead.
Okay, fine. Everyone, this is Ik and Amut, and they say hi.
Hello.
You could hear a whisper on the wind. Hello. Congratulations, you live in a haunted mansion.
Yay. Oh. You two were talking about something important. Let's not interrupt.
It's mostly just explaining why Eliza and her mom don't live here.
Could they come for party?
Oh, they absolutely can.
Mm.
Especially now that, well, the cat's out of the bag. The bear's not here.
Yeah.
You know that's not what I meant.
Other cats.
Right. I suppose ones that are a little bit more lizard-like.
Ik was thinking of small cats.
Oh no, we're talking about the fact that Eliza being a child of Ugin is exposed.
Oh. Now where to?
I mean, I suppose the main thing left to do is for you guys to pick out a room.
Multiple room?
That wouldn't bother me, no.
Sorry, Ik's cogs are turning in her head. There are multiple bedrooms here?
Yes, there are.
Oh. Interesting. Why? Oh, for the ghosts.
Exactly.
Hmm.
Wait, you're not being serious, are you? 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
That's a good saying. I've never heard that one.
So Ericleid kind of gives you guys a little bit of a tour around the house. You do notice that you don't have to do very much in terms of maintenance. The ghosts take care of it. But that being said, you can if you want to.
But as the tour is going on, a little bit more of the conversation develops a little bit. There's something else I've been thinking of. With this whole guild cooperation thing, and he looks to Eric Lead, would that also be encouragement for me to join one of these guilds?
Oh.
Probably so.
You thinking of guild?
I don't have a specific one in mind. But isn't that also... isn't the option for you to join a second guild also in place?
Oh. Ik not thought about it, but yeah.
I could always join one of the ones that you join. Well, I know you're already in Golgari. But there is the possibility of, if you join a different one that I fit into, at least give it a try.
You'd like something with fire.
I would, actually. One thing that I'm going to end up doing, I will let you guys know that one thing I'm going to do during the guild cooperation arc is Amut is going to be floating around to other guilds, figuring out which one he wants to join.
Nice. He's got to scout out all the clubs.
Yes. But it's going to start with his connection to Ik.
Ik thinks Ik would want someone exciting.
I've heard a lot of commotion coming from up north.
Ik was thinking up north. Ik's cog's turning still. Rule? Ik rule?
I think so. We could give it a shot.
Rule seems to have fun.
I suppose I would. I suppose I wouldn't not fit in there.
There be fire.
That is true. Do you want to head up there and see what we think?
Well, Ik thinks find room, not room that no ghost is in at the moment, because don't want to steal ghost room. Then go Gruel.
Sure. I think that's a good idea.
You okay there, Eliza?
I'm fucking dying. Oh my god.
And I am... y'all just give me a moment because we're actually going to shift scenes because Gamataki hasn't gotten to do anything yet.
Okay.
Congratulations, you're gonna have a gruel friend, Amut.
I mean, like, Golgari friend doesn't have the same ring to it.
Yeah.
So, Gamataki. So Gamataki, like, still kind of in the midst of trying out, like, some of the new things that he ended up learning through his meanings of finding inner peace, until eventually he realizes it's getting close to the time that he promised that he made a promise to meet up somewhere to get a specific piece of equipment.
Yep, I am actually I have actually queued up the music that I need for this. Because you're going to Zendikar! And we are moving maps!
We're going to Zendikar by car.
That's the wrong map.
Damn, Zendikar looking very urban.
You are going to... down here is where you shall be. What the fuck was that? Actually, right here. It's like...
Oh, okay. I see the ping now.
And Kitala's like, good, I'm glad you were able to get here. The person you're speaking to, she extends a hand out to you. It's like, Gamataki, I'm Kitala.
And I see my presence has already been made acquainted with you.
Oh, definitely. Cyril has mentioned how good of a partner you are a lot, actually. At least the few times he shows up here.
Part of that is my doing. I've had him very busy.
It's not just Gamataki that's had me very busy. Yeah, I know. How's Florence doing? He's been better.
I was told that there's something here that's ready for me.
Yeah, actually. There's a few things that need to happen first. Let me show you around. She'll kind of direct the two of you further up. These two will be like, is that the guy? That must be the guy.
Kamataki just kind of looks around and like catches some of the people whispering, but doesn't really give a reaction to it.
He is about as stoic as they said he was. Yeah, I think it's a good fit. This person will be like, Chief Kitala? This must be the one they call Gamataki, correct?
Correct.
She's going around you, giving you a once-over. And it's like... Yeah. I'd say it's doable. And Kitala will look over. It's like... I don't think Cyril mentioned why we needed to bring you here to give you the sword.
No. He just said that you had it for me.
Typically, weapons like the one we're needing to present to you come with a specific sense of ceremony. A very specific sense of ceremony. I'm just going to be upfront about this.
Well, if that's what's required, I'll do what's needed.
Then are you willing to accept becoming an honorary member of the Navokan tribe?
I will.
With zero hesitation. You understand this means that you'll be considered family, right?
It would be the first in a long time.
Told you. You were not kidding. All right then, Cousin Gamma, come with me. And she's going to direct you up the hill up here. And Zero will be behind. Person's like, everyone! And people come a bit more forward. And admittedly, this RP scene is a little bit shorter and has fewer emotional beats than I was expecting. But then again, there is kind of a subtlety to the emotional beat that's happening.
Yeah.
Like, this person is clearly a spiritual leader in the tribe.
And also, in a sense, Gamataki essentially, like, kind of joining another clan feels very much like him getting a fresh start after losing his first one.
Right. We gather here today to welcome a new member into our midst. From here forth, your blood shall be ours. And to us you shall be not simply Gamataki, but of our own, Gamataki Novak. And this is when Kitala presents the sword. It's like, this may seem a little bit barbaric, but it's part of our traditions. With your blood upon your blade, you accept the bond of blood into our family.
Gamataki accepts, and he follows through with it.
All right. In that case, I need you to take a D8 plus your dex in damage.
Okay.
Oh, also +1.
Fair enough. Dang, that's gonna be 13.
Are you immune to poison?
Yes, I am a Grong.
Okay, so you are outright immune to poison.
Yeah.
Which means you do not have to worry about saving against your own poison.
Yeah.
I have added the details for your new legacy longsword, the Novakan hook sword.
But for the one you put in a pen, it's like, all right, draw your blood on the sword. Kamataki dies.
So, the Novakan hook sword requires attunement by a member of a core tribe, including honorary. You gain +1 to attack and damage rolls with this weapon. It's treated as a monk weapon, and it has 2 other abilities. Parrying Blade. As a reaction, when an attack would hit you, make an attack roll with this weapon. If your roll is higher, the attack misses, and you may spend a hit die to attack the opponent back and add a roll of that hit die to the damage. You still need to make an attack roll in order to hit. So basically, if you're choosing to strike back on the parry, you'll make another attack roll.
All right.
A natural 20 on either the parry or the counterattack causes this to be a critical hit, which doubles the dice, meaning the hit die that you add to damage gets rolled twice as well. So,
Hey.
In addition, it has a serrated inner edge, which is actually going to be very relevant for you. If a poison is applied to the blade of this weapon, the DC for saves against that poison increases by 5.
Okay.
If the opponent fails the save by more than 5, double the poison's damage dice. This stacks with a critical hit.
Nice.
Like, I know there are a lot of... I know that your poison in particular doesn't, like, deal damage. It just gives the poison condition, I believe.
Yeah, it does.
Okay. So what that will mean is that you will double the damage dice on the actual attack. Because the attack itself is considered poisoned, basically. Otherwise,
right.
the failing to save by more than 5 doesn't do anything. But it does open you up to being able to, like, put other poisons on the blade.
Right.
To be able to double that poison.
Okay. So, Gamataki then just accepts the weapon, and then then just looks to the leader. If I may say something.
You may.
Gamataki then just takes a look to everybody watching the ritual. I don't want anyone to assume that this is a replacement for the clan that I lost. Nothing could ever replace that. No family ever could. However, I am willing to see this as an attempt to start again. I will not see you as less than what I used to have, but I will not be seeing you as more than that either. That is all.
We would not ask you to think more of us than what you already had, Cousin Gama.
Gamataki then just simply gives a nod. Then he just puts the hook sword away.
And you do have several of these people coming around and kind of wanting to get to know you better as a person and be super chill.
So Gamataki then sits down and he begins the trauma dumping session trademark.
You also hear some stories of their trials and tribulations with dealing with various things on Zendikar, from literal earth elementals rising from the ground to try to kill them, battles with various things including vampires and others, hunts of vicious beasts. Zendikar has a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, and then Gamataki also shares some of the better, some of the better parts of his life, like some of the ways that he was able to succeed at being a member of his guild, some of the people he was taking down for the current job that he's doing right now for the Chasers. He also tells the story of how he got bear arrested.
Amazing. And yeah, they're willing to share both their failures and their triumphs with you, just as you are willing to share with them. At some point, I think Cyril will bring you off to the side.
Mm-hmm.
There is something that I think we should keep in mind in relation to Florens with all this.
I'm listening.
There's a reason I didn't tell them that he got turned into a vampire.
Understandable. That'll be something we can fix. That's something we can eventually fix along the line, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But right now, it's probably not best to probably best not to interrupt their feelings at the moment. The sooner we can get this done, the sooner we can act like it never happened.
Exactly. Truthfully, I am not 100% sure how they will feel knowing what he is now. But all things considered, I am inclined to agree that it's better for him. But it's tough. Because you heard how vampires are our enemies too. So
certainly wouldn't be all that easy to accept that as a reality. Although part of me also believes that their kinship goes rather deep. They accepted me relatively quickly, so I doubt that. So if they were willing to accept a newcomer like me, like that, I doubt they lost much feelings for them either, regardless of what they would have become.
it'll need to be the right time to bring it to them.
To that I can agree.
And besides, we're cousins now, which means you're his cousin too.
I guess that's true.
I wouldn't have been willing to bring you here on this if I didn't think of you as a form of family at this point.
We've already been through so much. I guess it just makes sense.
And he kind of hugs it out with you, and probably gets poisoned in doing so.
It's like, I certainly hope that was worth it for you.
Worth it.
Oh, I think we probably spent enough time here. I think we need to get ourselves back to... I think we need to start getting ourselves back. Who knows if the rest of the chasers might need us.
I would be inclined to agree.
Alright, in that case, I'll be reporting back to the guild, let them know everything's set up and squared away for me, and then I'll reunite with the group to see what we're doing next.
All right, and give me just a second. I need to find. An appropriate piece that isn't copyrighted.
Alrighty. that would be helpful.
What song is this? This is totally a vibe.
It is from the Natlan region in Genshin Impact.
Ayo. I'm gonna check out more of that music.
I got a parry from Genshin Impact music, but this isn't Wuthering Waves.
Oh my god.
Ick did nothing.
Okay, I believe you.
Yeah, I totally believe you. Freaking chaotic goblin.
Alright, I am not going to reveal what the music we're going with is.
Okay.
Yet, but I found it and it's very funny.
Oh boy.
We are going to go over it would help for me to send myself to the appropriate map as well. That would always be helpful.
It would be helpful.
We're going to go to Gore House.
Oh shit.
You are,
Clinging to Shadok's back.
yeah, fair. There is a token I'm going to need, and I'm trying to find it. Oh, it's further down here. I see.
Oh boy.
I made this a pain in my own ass. Oh.
How dare you?
So anyway, you see several people rehearsing.
Yeah. A little weary, but Eliza's checking everything out since this is our first time here.
Yeah, warming up their voices is one thing. It's like, okay, so here's the thing. What we want to do is we want to put on a musical.
Hold up. Eliza takes a double take. A musical?
Yeah!
That catches Eliza's interest.
In fact, you hear a loud voice rehearsing in baritone.
Oh!
He has a half mask on his face.
Is that who I think it is?
When you look over to see who it is Steve the Stingray Rashtgul.
Oh! Eliza takes the double take like... Oh. Oh! It's one of the boys.
Call it the spirit of the Gore House. Oh, perfect timing change. Oh, perfect change.
It's like... Well, color
hey!
interest.
Oh, yo, Eliza, what up?
Hey! Are you okay after, what happened? Like, she offers her hand, she's like, glad you're okay, though.
He takes her hand. His handshake is strong. Oh, yeah, I'm totally good. So get this. There was like this big flash of light, right? And I was like, whoa. And then I wound up here, but these dudes just wanted to party, and I'm like, hell yeah, bro.
Yeah, party. They are kind of the partiers.
Look, we figured if anybody was going to be able to help us set up a big musical production, it was going to be the #1 musical lady. And since we're theming it a little bit around the kind of stuff that Orzhov does, we figured somebody from Orzhov was a perfect choice beyond just, you being probably the best singer in the entirety of Ravnica. Hello?
Eliza's smile widens a little bit. Like, aw, you guys. Alright, so she's a little more relaxed now since she jumps off of Shinnok's back. Alright.
You hear a voice from the other side go, is our star performer here?
Like, she turns like, Arlington!
That she would be. Hello, Eliza.
Offers her hand for him to shake as well.
He shakes her hand. It's like, I apologize for not attending the meeting in relation to bringing you here in person. Given how many in Orzhova feel about me, after what I ended up doing to you, you can understand why I would choose to simply provide the funds and let other people handle the actual duties of the matter.
It's all right. Most of the guild is actually kind of fine with you now after you helping us.
Oh. Well, that makes me feel a little bit silly doing all of this.
It's okay.
Come on, it made for a good dramatic reveal, bro. And he is actually wearing the belt that matches Bear's.
I have to say, you do look good with that belt on. I bet you Adrenus might be impressed by it.
That gets a blush out of him. Oh, I see what's going on here. Can it, Steve?
So, a musical performance, huh?
Exactly.
I must ask, who was the one that came up with this idea?
Part him, part me.
That makes a lot of sense. Low-key, they share a brain cell when it comes to art.
Some ways, yeah.
Well, since I'm new here, you mind showing me around?
Sure. Especially since you may want to know the areas that... I know you're a little bit squeamish about the more violent parts of the Rakdos, so it would help to know areas to make sure to stay away from.
Right.
He ends up showing you around, and some of it is like, don't go there, that's where the saws are. It's like, if anybody tries to recruit you for magic tricks, do not accept that.
Way ahead of you.
Just several other places, and basically advising you of what you'd be in for going to those places. But the main places that he shows you around are where the stage and everything is.
Mm-hmm. Is it taking a look around? It has to be a very grand stage.
Oh yeah, it's a very grand stage. It is repurposed what is often used for the more like violent circus performances. Mm-hmm. But Arlington has made sure that it's been cleaned up properly as well.
Eliza's eyes sparkle seeing the grand stage.
Well, I'm under no illusion that if and when that at points where Lord Rakdos would want to wake up, he would be more interested in the more violent affairs of the Rakdos. That doesn't mean that we can't have some entertainment that operates with a softer image than that.
Yeah. Note to self. Rakdo himself pretty scary.
I would also hope that perhaps at some point in the future we can present him with a form of more lighthearted entertainment that he actually does enjoy.
Everybody gets bored of the same thing over and over again, so, a
exactly.
Nice change of pace. Yeah, nice change of pace.
The non-lethal nature of the tournaments that I run seem to have seem to have caught his fancy every once in a while. Especially when it was Incinerator versus, well, you know.
Yeah.
Something about the interpersonal, something about the stories weaved into that struck his interest.
A good story is always an entertaining story.
I agree. Oh, something else I wanted to let you know about.
Yeah.
I am going to change the music.
I do love my Phantom of the Opera.
Yeah? There's a couple of ways to go with doing a musical in Rakdos. Phantom of the Opera is probably the best one.
It is peak goth.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to make sure to inform you that the suits are ready.
All right, yeah, for that. Liza kind of looks a little bit away.
Yes. I've made sure there's enough for your group. And a couple of extras for other people who want to go. Or should go. Like, for instance, myself.
Is it weird for me to say I'm nervous about going to Theros?
If it was just going to Theros, I'd be less nervous. This is going straight into Nyx. The land of the dead.
Yeah. And you know what I went through and who is that connected to, too.
Yes, I'm fully aware.
Part of me wants closure, but the other part of me says that it's too much.
I think the only way that this chapter can end is if that book is closed one way or the other.
Yeah. I've gotten this far. I need to push it to the end. Even if it means revisiting memories I don't want to revisit. And
There are memories I'll have to revisit going back there as well. He looks to Eliza. My parents are probably there.
getting closure from the people that you died that you were close to. is both bitter and yet satisfying at the same time. Even if that person doesn't remember you or even knows you. And that's probably what kind of makes me scared, is I don't know if he will, if I do meet him, if he would remember me or not.
It's possible he wouldn't.
It is a possibility, but if it gives me peace, I'm willing to go through the depths of hell and back.
Thing I've realized in all of this. In dealing with my own transgressions. Peace doesn't always look and coming to terms with things doesn't always look the way that we think it's going to. Sometimes it's a lot more painful.
Yeah, we don't know what the future holds.
I've made a total of 10 suits. Please do let me know if I'm going to need more than that.
I shall. Thank you very much, Arlington.
Certainly. I believe a number of people in your group are probably in Is-It. So I should get back to them. So I should get back there and be able to inform them as well.
Alrighty. Take care of yourself.
Of course. And I'll be back for an upcoming rehearsal.
Alright. I'll be sure to practice my lines.
Certainly. I mean, after all, you wouldn't want Steve to be able to show you up.
Of course not.
Not that I'd expect any co-star of yours to show you up.
Yeah. After all, I have to earn the spotlight.
Of course.
Character development!
And he will begin to head out.
Alright. Are we outside or inside the house now?
You guys are outside, but I'm also about to change your scene.
Alrighty. I was about to say Eliza was going to look for flowers.
You can be looking for flowers, and we can transition.
Alrighty.
Actually, nah, I don't need that music. I need different music. I need... This will work for the moment. I don't have... Actually, fuck it. We'll just go back to the, Yeah, we'll just go back to the old mainstay when I'm not certain. What to go with. I should plan this music better ahead of time, but that's okay.
Oh my god, Ika.
Let's go up to Skarg.
Skarg.
Ikanomut, you guys have found a room that is not haunted, and now you head up to Skarg. For gruel things.
Where is X icon? There is X icon. I will bring it up. There we are.
Tippy top of the bat.
Yeah.
And you can see several people are crowded in a circle around a fight going on. Subject 47 is beating up random jobbers.
It just sort of naturally just sort of goes into the crowd and cheers.
Amut is in the crowd too. It's like, huh? And she looks and sees, oh, hey, it's you guys!
Hello.
It's like, hey, Ick! Oh, and you are?
This is Amor's friend.
Can I call you Amut for sure? Yes. Cool. What are you guys doing here?
Ick looking at other guild.
And I currently don't have membership to any guild in the first place, so I'm also examining options in that regard. Oh! Well, come on, we'll show you around. You guys get a tour of the place. It's mostly, people live in tents a lot here. There's nerds being shoved into lockers.
They just have this little steady supply of nerds to do it.
Yes.
There's also a lawyer's building there for some reason.
Oh, yeah. That you see a building that's Rorik and Thar's. That's Rorik and Thar Legal Associates. It is a law firm that appears to be run by a two-headed ogre.
Everyone needs
I
legal
took
representation.
that joke from Tulare Community College and I made it my own.
Oh, I watch them sometimes.
Yeah. Rorik Thar, by the way, is a canonical character in MTG, and I've also use that as part of the twist. And is in fact a two-headed ogre.
I can see that. I googled him.
Yeah.
You don't fuck
I
with
trust him.
lawyers.
I have run
trust him
him
with
as a I have run him as a commander before. Everyone hated me. Because fun fact, what he does is he punishes you for playing non-creatures.
Get fucked, Blue.
Blue have creatures.
Yeah, but they got a lot of spells. I guess everyone's got a lot of spells though.
Because literally he says if you cast a non-creature spell, Rurgthar deals 6 damage to the player who cast it. So it's literally just to run a bunch of creatures in your deck.
That sounds very fun.
And you have like creatures that do things and stuff. And everybody playing non-creature spells is just die.
Good lawyer.
Not Gruul, then die. Yeah, the Blood Rush trigger. The Blood Rush creatures, yeah. Give me a second, I'm answering a question.
Okay.
Sue? There are a few people try to like grab a moot to get shoved into a locker, and he fireballs them. It's like
It claps.
You know, most people wouldn't be doing like fireball and shit here. They normally just punch them. Punching's not necessarily my style.
Ooh.
Yeah, no. I mean, I guess I could. I don't know. What do you think, Ick? Should I try it?
Try punch someone?
Yeah.
But what's Albert's build?
He is... I wouldn't say he's like rail thin, but he's certainly like a bit skinnier than average.
You could try practice punch. But fireball also good.
And actually, I know I have a character sheet for Amut. It hasn't been updated to level 9. No, it has not. But it will give me an idea of what his punching power is. And oh, wow. And I think I'll go ahead and do some upgrades here to make it the appropriate thing. So I'm going to say he goes for a punch. And I would like Ick, why don't you roll a d20 and I'll add
Mhm.
appropriate modifiers to that. Let's do it that way.
Okay, that is 19.
Wow, so he goes to punch a dude and he sends him flying into a locker.
Hmm. How'd
Huh.
that feel? Do you like more or less than Fireball?
It's not quite as good as a fireball, but it definitely works. Oh wait, I forgot one of his spells, one of his cantrips is actually we could actually flavor into punching.
Primal Savagery or whatever it was.
Yes, primal savagery. So tell you what, just go ahead and roll 2d10.
Okay. Okay, 14 and 14 and 1.
14 on a D.
Oh, D10. Sorry, I misheard you. Where is my D10? It's 10, and that's 7. 17. Sorry about that.
Oh, so that unarmed strike deals 17 damage.
Can't believe it. My own cousin is stronger than me.
Yikes. I am not interested in getting on your bad side. I mean, he can throw a fireball and punch somebody into a locker? Holy shit.
Good to multi-specialize.
Yeah, I guess so. And you do notice that this is a bit of a healthier outlet for that sort of inner anger in him. And what does Ick think of Amut's ability to display strength in this fashion?
She likes it. She enjoys seeing some roughhousing, some strength.
Hmm. And he probably notices how impressed you are and is like, yeah, this is probably going to work out.
Ick has little arms. No, not good for punch, but good for wacky stick.
There's some dudes over there doing wacky stick.
Ooh.
Would you like to attempt to wacky sticks some of the dudes who are doing wacky stick?
Yes, may I shillelagh the wacky stick?
Yes, you may shillelagh the wacky stick.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, the cat is in my way.
Sterling!
Hey, Stella, can you go on my... Can you make a decision, please? You want to go on my lap? There we go. Stick of your decisions. Okay. Ick will go over to the wacky stick for him. Yeah, just roll to hit and then roll damage and stuff, or?
Roll the hit, roll damage, yeah.
Yep. Hold on, mathsing. Okay, 16.
I'm gonna say that hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Yep. That is 11.
So you are able to whack him sufficiently where these dudes are impressed with your wacky stick prowess. Yo, these two a couple of fucking live ones.
Hmm.
Hey, in case you guys were wondering, E went over. Bids was here and sent E over to. Is it? I'd imagine you guys probably know what that's about. I wasn't really told anything about it.
Eek has idea.
I'm pretty sure I know. One of your colleagues is probably there as well. Actually, for a very similar reason. I'd imagine when he gets back to the lab, he's probably going to be a little bit distraught.
Give him a hug.
It's normally what I do when it seems like something's bothering somebody. By the way, I keep hearing rumors about this guy that used to be around here, Krozek, but nobody seems to know what happened to him. Look, I don't know.
I get my names mixed up. As a quick reminder, who was that?
Krozek was in the original group of people who were brought together by Kensuke from the Gruul, and he mysteriously disappeared, and eventually his knife was found.
Oh yes, I remember this.
And his knife seemed to have been taken by Anonymously.
You not know where he gone?
No, nobody seems to. And look, when something and look, I might be big fighty four-armed girl, I get it. But I'm still a scientist, and normally when you can't explain the causality for how something happens, that's really weird. Do you guys know anything?
Ick knows of his knife.
Knows of his knife, huh?
That was the one that was like found in like the graveyard and stuff, right?
Yes.
Yeah, cool. Was a long time ago, and Ick's brain is a bit hazy, but she found his knife in graveyard.
Okay, yeah, that's not creepy at all.
Do we know who has that knife now? Or is that a non has it? Anonymously.
So there's two reasons why you would know that Anonymly has the knife. Number one was the dream. Number two was that he was trying to stab Gamataki with it.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I missed that it was literally him in that. Yep.
Yeah. I think we actually know who does have it. Someone by the name of Anonymly. What kind of name is that?
I can't pronounce it.
It is really weird to pronounce. Anonymly. Either way, he's not someone to necessarily be trifled with.
He changes face.
Right. So if you see anyone acting strange, be on the lookout for that. Oh yeah, I totally will. Ick, I need you to roll a perception check.
Okay, that is a fairly low roll. Let's see, I've got good perception. 18.
Corner of your vision, someone seemed to have been like listening in on the conversation from around the corner, and then they just quickly dipped away.
It sort of it turns like, oh, someone listening, and goes to follow.
You go to follow. A moot will also go to find out who was listening. You are able to pursue, but it is right as you're seeing this person who looks fairly nondescript. And you see them disappear in a puff of smoke, leaving behind a planeswalker symbol.
Goddamn planeswalkers!
Rude planeswalkers. What's the symbol?
It is the normal symbol that would be there when someone planeswalks. I can tell you what. Actually, considering your own knowledge of the planes, I need to double check something about that. Actually, give me just a moment. I believe this is the spreadsheet.
Sterling, leave my dice. Don't touch the dice.
When is it my turn?
Do you want to roll? Yeah.
Like, child, please.
Oh, no, don't take it. Don't just take it all. Oh, I didn't think you'd take it. Hold on,
Well,
get the dice.
Well, this isn't because Sterling took your dice, but I do need you to roll a history check with disadvantage.
Yep, just getting another D20. Hold on, there we go. Got one. Oh, I'm gonna need to get that off him. Hold on. I'm still here, just... Yeah. Okay, that's history of disadvantage. What is my history? Okay, that's 17. Okay, just be right back.
Okay.
What are even
Seven.
cats?
Well, he won't be knocking around the dice because he knocked it under my couch. I'll get it later.
All right then. So, and that 17 is with disadvantage?
Yeah, I rolled like 16 and 15.
Okay. So for that, I can tell you that he went to the plane of Theros.
Ooh.
So what do you make of that?
I don't think Ick's been to Theros, but...
No, Ick has not been to Theros.
Yeah,
No
but
one
we've had-
in the party has been to Theros.
Okay. I don't think Ick knows that much about Theros, but she knows people who know about planes.
Ick, I want you to roll another history check, this time without disadvantage.
Yep. Oh, this is going to be worse than my disadvantage one. 10.
You're not 100% sure who to ask about the plane of Theros.
Ah.
Where does it lead?
Theros.
Theros. Arlington's from there.
Oh.
I don't think we should just follow the mark.
No.
That
Following random marks seemed bad idea.
right, agreed.
Maybe we ask Arlington friend.
We should. But I'm not sure if he'd be in Izzet or Rakdos right now. Should one of us check one and the other check the other?
Ick was thinking this. Split up, look for clues.
Right. I'll check in Rakdos and you check in Izzet. In the meantime, you know who we haven't heard from all session?
Who?
It's Tuffy.
Hello. It's true, you've not heard from me all session.
Yep. Tuffy, you're probably currently in Azorius headquarters, correct?
Probably. Might go out a little later. Might want to do a couple things.
Some random person approaches you. Excuse me, Mr. Tuffy.
Yes,
Weird,
that's me.
Weird, it doesn't have a last name here. Anyway. Mr. Langston wanted me to let you know that he's currently in the Izzet's medical ward with James and one of the prisoners, Natan. Seems there's been an update on Natan's situation.
Oh. Alright, well, I mean...
And considering your apparent knowledge of what's going on with him, it would be relevant for you in particular to be informed.
Alright. Do I go there, or... Are you just passing along information?
Mr. Langston didn't say specifically that he expected you to be there at any particular time, but he did say that it would be advisable for you to show up at your greatest convenience.
All right. Well,
roll an insight check.
all right. I was just getting out my dice. I not gotten out my dice all day.
With advantage.
Okay. Which would be really good because I just rolled a nat 1.
That would
So
be really
literally
good.
so literally, what was the thing you said you wanted?
Insight.
Insight. Cool. I'm just looking at my numbers. Okay, that's a much better roll. Thank you, advantage. 22.
Sorry, what was that?
22.
Okay. Yeah, there's no fucking way that Langston said it like that.
Langston is a lot more precise.
Perhaps I may have adjusted some of his more flowery language.
Is that so?
You get the impression it was more like tell Tuffy to get his ass here ASAP.
All right, where's is it?
You don't need to worry about moving your token if that's where you're going.
Yes.
Because I'm gonna bring you there.
Ooh. Oh, hey, Bear.
Hello, Tuffy. Here to see Ulfnir?
I was called for Langston.
What would Langston be doing here?
Natan. He was here too. So I'm here for that.
Anything goes wrong, Bear will be out here.
All right. Fine. I'm assuming Tuffy finds the room really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Hello, Mr. Langston.
Tuffy! There you are! Where the hell have you been? I thought you guys got back already.
We did. I was at Azorius.
Well, yeah, I guess that makes sense. So I don't know what's going on with this guy's condition. I'm not 100% sure that the others know. It's, but it definitely seems to be getting worse.
All right, let me see. All right, am I allowed to check him?
You are. So one of the things you notice is that as you approach him, he does seem to be getting less coherent. There are more black marks on his skin. That it almost seems like his veins are turning black. Slowly but surely. There are muscle spasms. The thing is, Tuffy, I don't need you to make a check. Because
Good.
Benzer just tells you. Stage 2.
Stage 2?
Of the process of completion.
Huh?
This is really bad.
does Tuffy know what stage 2 means?
Well, he was
Mostly-
previously in stage 1.
Well, I know. I mean, like, does Tuffy know like what the stages mean? I guess conceptually. But I can't think of a better word right now, but
You know that it's a progression of it, and if you're uncertain, then Venzer will tell you that there's 4 stages to completion. Luckily, the 4th stage requires him to directly be mutilated by the Phyrexians. But if he goes to stage 3, but in stage 2, he's not sure if it's reversible or not. With stage 3, he knows it's not reversible.
okay. And what would we need to make sure that it what do we need to do to make sure it could be reversible?
I know the means to do so was in my lab in Mirrodin. If we can get there.
I have an idea. You said Mirrodin, right?
Yep.
Alright. Hey, Langston.
Yeah.
Do we know anyone that's been to Mirrodin, that comes from Mirrodin?
It comes from Mirrodin.
Yes.
Have to look at the files for that.
Well, he doesn't have much time, so we better hurry.
We'll grab a look at it now, then. James, keep watch over this guy. He wants to say asshole. Bear? And he's
Langston?
he's just moving past quickly. And out to go.
Back to Azorius.
Yep.
All right. Tuffy gets the idea to call Bear in here. Bear!
Bear makes his way in.
All right.
Is there a problem?
He looks at
Him.
Look.
What's happening to this asshole?
Out of character, I'm laughing because that's the word. Like,
That is the exact word Langston didn't stopped himself from using.
But yeah, okay. So what's happening to him is a form of corruption that affected Venzir? Out of character. Did it affect Venzir?
Debatable.
Okay. It's
Venzer has definitely directly seen the results of it.
All right.
And I will say, Venzer will mention, it's like, Tuffy, we do know someone who's been to Mirrodin. remember that time we woke up on that plane?
Are you saying I could travel there?
Yes.
All right, okay. I remember trying to go back there before, but like when I did, it didn't work. Hold on, I'm gonna step out real quick.
James looks at you, Bear.
Yes.
A potential idea.
Your ideas are usually very sound. Come on, tell me.
You may not be aware of this, but I am also from somewhere other than Ravnica.
Bear was unaware of this.
Most people are. I do not talk about it.
Yeah, this is fair. Sometimes you do not want people to know where you are from, so they cannot find people you may be related to. Did
In
you
my
come here by
case-
accident?
I believe so. Yes. But I am also fairly certain that it would be possible for me to recreate the means by which I came here.
DM,
Yes,
am I able to hear any of this, by the way?
you are able to hear this.
Cool.
Do you know which plane you are from?
No. But Natan's condition seems familiar in a way that is difficult for me to describe.
Tuffy steps back in. It seems familiar?
Yes.
Perhaps you are from Mirrodin?
That's possible.
Nothing else would
What
help.
would you need to recreate the way you got here?
He describes the steps needed. And you're not gonna believe this.
Alright.
It involves building a portal and a carton of milk.
Oh my god!
On the brain! A portal and a carton of milk?
Yes.
Tuffy, like, kind of looks to the side as if he's looking at Venzer in his head.
Does Venzer know about the carton of milk thing?
I believe Venza was in his head at this point.
Ah.
He might. If in my if
No,
not,
because I'm not even sure about that because Venzer showed up after the whole mirror image vision,
yeah. So
which was when the carton of milk thing happened.
and the carton of milk is the vision that Tuffy had, I believe, when he got his spark?
when he got his spark, and if Venzer was there, it's uncertain whether Venzer would have been consciously aware.
At the very least, Tuffy will internally say this. That's when I had a vision of a carton of milk when I got my spark.
Wait a minute.
This has to be connected. There's the weirdest coincidence ever, but
Wait a minute. I think I know what we can do. It doesn't require us necessarily to go to Mirrodin itself.
does it require us getting a bottle of milk?
I mean, considering I can't planeswalk there with your body, yeah, it might.
Tough. Excuse me, I'm gonna go get the carton of milk, okay? How quickly do you think they'll take?
That won't take too long.
Corner store just down the road.
Yep.
All right.
He says. He says. What he'll say, and Tuffy says, it's like, I don't think he's from Mirrodin. I think he's from somewhere else. I have a lab.
Will that work too?
Yeah.
All right.
Mirrodin wasn't the only plane fighting the Phyrexians.
One more thing before I forget. How much will be the carton of milk?
Don't worry about it.
Cool. Just say, put it on the Azorius tab.
Yes.
Put on
Oh.
the instance tab.
What is the makeup of the portal that you used, if you know it?
Oh, I could very easily reconstruct it right now.
Maybe not in this room. Go ask if we can use the room next door. Bear thinks that one is empty. Bear will watch over Nathan.
He will
Alright.
kind of just step through weirdly and walk over to Anadora. It's like, pardon me, may we use the room next door to Natan's?
Sure. May I ask why?
We need to build a portal.
I should have had Tuffy say it because he would have said official Azorius business.
It's official Azorius business.
That the Izzet would be down for building a portal.
That is also true. The Izzet would absolutely be down for portals. Fuck yes, sign me up.
Okay. Should have informed my boss first, but okay.
Calls up Ral.
Yep, that's what she's doing. Like, Ral, there's 2 Azorius people building a portal. You might want to check this out.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm on my way.
Yeah, what up? Oh,
Yeah,
Tuffy.
we just needed to make a portal to we just need to borrow a room for a portal.
One so close to patience at the moment. How about here?
That works. Come on, James.
Sure.
All right. Now that we have the room, we have the carton of milk.
Actually, so he builds the portal. He just builds it right there. It's like, huh. You ever thought of working for the Is It? He just looks at Ral. No. And and just keeps going.
I fucking love James.
Just like, I just imagining him just building something like the engineer in Team Fortress 2, and then Rao comes along like, have you thought about like working for Is It? And then he just looks up, just like, and just continues building.
So, the portal has like a... When the portal is activated, it has like a green hue to it. Then he goes over and is like, now I need that milk.
Tuffy hands it over.
He will take the milk. And he'll take the milk. And he takes the milk. And he takes the milk. Anyway, so he has the milk. He like sets it on the ground next to the portal in a very specific spot. And he kicks it over. The machine short circuits for a second, and the portal turns blue.
Okay.
I did not expect a short-circuiting portal to just change color like that. I'd imagine it just leads somewhere different.
Now
So
just a portal in the waiting room.
Yep. All right. So, did we go?
Yes.
All right. Tuffy steps in the portal.
And again, I do not have a map for this
Yet.
yet. But you guys find yourself in the middle of a jungle.
Okay.
Tuffy, let
That's
me
me.
make sure this plane is actually on my list. It is not, but that's okay. I can just throw it in here. Tuffy,
Mm-hmm.
you have access to a new plane that Venzer will tell you the name of. This is
Next
it.
time on Ravnica.
No, not next time. This is Zalfir,
All
where
right.
I'm actually from.
Ooh.
We're not
So
very
that'd be-
close. We're not very close to where my lab is, though.
Well,
It's
That's
dangerous
okay.
to move through. It's dangerous to move through this jungle like this, though.
well. Look on the bright side. We can still we can still get to the plane, and we can get out of here. And because I complain a lot, we can get out of here if we need to.
Right, I think from here. I know that if we go south to some degree, we'll have some kind of indication of where we are in Zalfir.
Alright. Does Tuffy know where south is?
Roll survival.
Survival, that's something you never, on a new plane, we have to figure things out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's actually not a half bad roll. 23.
23. You are able to determine south.
Alright. And I assume it's okay to go south, right?
Yes.
Okay.
There are occasions where you have to bob and weave where rather large beasties, some tribes of various elves and other strange things seem to lurk through.
It's a good thing I'm able to jump like a rabbit.
That is actually helpful in moving through here.
Okay. Eventually, you continue moving through, and basically what Venzer is telling you is that if you keep south, eventually you'll find either a mountain range or an opening in the jungle. And which one you find will indicate where exactly you are. All right.
I would like for you to roll a D100.
Okay. D100. D rolling. D. Wait a minute. I can just do this. 56.
56. Yeah, that puts you in the more likely result, which means you run into the mountain range. It's like, okay, that's not a big deal. It does tell me where we are.
Sounds like you would have preferred the Sounds like you would Sounds like you would have preferred the opening.
Yeah, because it would mean that we'd be closer to where we need to go.
But you know where we are, so
if we follow along this mountain range heading to the west, we'll go to another opening.
Cool. Since I know where south is, I would imagine Tuffy will know where west is, because that is easy.
From here, it is easy to figure out where to go, but it is time consuming. It takes days. And you still have to cross a small sea, probably finding a boat. There is a port town that you end up being able to go to, but interestingly, in terms of the cities that are here are seemingly abandoned. But you are able to get access to a boat. Venzer is able to navigate you towards this island with a tower on it.
That's where mine and my master's research is. The solution here is going to be a temporary one. But at least keep him
Stable?
out of state. Stable is the best way to put it.
Alright. Stable works.
You're able to reach this island. Again, everything does seem like outright abandoned.
Alright.
I would have to ask how James can possibly exist being from Zelfir.
That's a question for later.
Yeah, especially with his behavior being that weird. I have theories, but anyway.
Listen, James is a very good friend, okay?
I mean, he's certainly very helpful. I just... Having questions doesn't necessarily mean that you think someone's a bad person.
Fair enough.
So you arrive there, and Venzer is able to direct you to where both the samples of what they have for basically a medication to at least slow Phyrexian completion, as well as notes on formulae for how to create it are.
So Tuffy is going to grab both of these as much as he can.
Mm-hmm.
Still time to go back?
Yeah.
All right. I'll just have it be over here.
Okay, so here's what's interesting. For you, it was several days that it took for you to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Here's how it looked like in the room. And this ends up being described to you. You step through the portal, and then the very next instant, you're over in this other spot with all this stuff.
James, how long was I gone?
Less than a second.
Okay, so time moves really quickly there. I must have spent days, weeks even there.
Actually, I'm not sure that time moves at all.
Huh.
Because technically, that place doesn't exist anymore.
Pardon? We were just there.
I know. I can't explain how that happened either. You see why I'm wondering how James can be from there.
Questions for later. For now, we gotta get this potion done. We gotta get this. We gotta get this. I can't think of the word.
Natan.
Antidote.
Antidote would be the right.
Yeah, we got to get this antidote to Natan. So Tuffy hops all the way to Natan's room. Hey, Bear. You can see that Tuffy.
Haven't been gone for very long. Your fur is a lot longer than it was before. What happened?
I helped.
He did help.
Why is your fur so long?
Okay. I went to a plane that apparently does not exist anymore.
What?
That I spent what should be days, if not weeks, in, but time stood still, in a manner of speaking.
Hey,
Big Chronicles of
explain-
Narnia, your ass.
He
Explain
what,
later.
what?
Explain thoroughly later.
Antidote now. And he's going, and Tuffy is going to administer the antidote to Natan.
Hello,
Like-
Relzeric.
Hi, yeah, sorry for disrupting. Just y'all were talking about building portals in a hospital, and I kind of had to see this shit for myself.
Sense.
Also, what did I hear about a plane not existing?
Later.
I'm gonna need research notes.
Later.
Yeah, I know.
I'm as confused about it as you are.
So, Natan's status doesn't seem to necessarily get better yet, but like, or it doesn't look like any of the physical characteristics are rescinding, but he's like spasming less. He's able to get more into a state of rest. So it does appear to be, like, at the very least, stopping the progress.
Tuffy does get the notes that he took from that he took with him.
And the notes do actually have dosage recommendations, which include once per day, to prevent progression of completion. Any more than that has the potential to be lethal to the subject. And less than that will mean that the completion can continue to progress.
I'm sure you guys know how to administer that. You guys can administer this dosage.
And it does explicitly say ineffective against stage 3 completion.
For reference, the town here is at stage 2.
We'll just have to make sure it gets added to the medication list. You have a way where we can make more, right?
I believe the notes also describe how to make it.
Yeah, he's looking at the notes. Oh, good. We can get to work on that too.
All right, I trust you guys.
Sure, Simic would have preferred to have this, but what can you do?
Maybe we can make a copy of it and give it to Simic.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, we do have a copy machine.
That way, at the very least, if anything else pops up like this, we have at least a temporary answer.
He will go pass the information on to Anadora, and it is left with Natan, the boys, and James.
Possibly out of character. Do we know how Natan got this?
No.
Okay. Is Natan awake?
Awake isn't necessarily the right word.
Fair enough.
I wouldn't say he's asleep, but he's not really in a good condition to be answering questions.
That is understandable. What now?
I'll continue to keep watch and make sure the medicine from my home plane gets administered properly.
Which, thank you again.
You know Langston is going to want a report on this, right?
Yeah. But
Too bad he can just not be given it for a good long time until it is over. Easily reason you are still collecting information.
Hey, I wasn't able to find anybody from Mirrodin.
Shit.
all right, well, we got the next best thing.
Okay.
We found another place that could work, that at the very least provided us with with an antidote that could at least stabilize Natan's condition for now. Has to be administered once per day. Any less than the recommended dosage will probably have his little corruption continue. Any more could be lethal.
Well, as long as there's something to help prevent this from getting worse.
Mm-hmm.
And Venser says to Tuppy, unfortunately, if there's any cure that does more than that, it's gonna be in Mirrodin, or as they call it, New Phyrexia.
New Phyrexia. Would that be the official name for it?
Out of character, I can answer yes.
All right. New Phyrexia. Langston, I'm gonna ask. This is gonna sound. I hate to ask another favor. Could you look for anyone who might be from New Phyrexia?
The stuff we have on New Phyrexia is a little bit... I don't think anybody would be from there.
Okay.
Look for it.
Any data that might pertain to it, or Mirrodin, either or, would be incredibly helpful.
Look, now that we got time, I can do a more thorough search for information other than just somebody who happens to be from there.
Thank you.
Sure. I mean, this whole shit's kind of fucked anyways, but...
Mm-hmm. Taffy looks at Bear. Don't worry, we don't. I guess we bought ourselves a little more time to avoid doing more paperwork.
Bear does not like doing paperwork on best of days.
But in any case, were you here for Natan too, or were you here for anything else?
Bear was mainly here to visit North and get a look at how Ulfnir is going along.
Oh. I suppose I could visit them too. So he does. Question: Are Bids and they in the room?
We are standing outside. Like there.
Would
yeah, like
Tuffy?
there's a little couch area right outside the room.
Would Tuffy see? Would Tuffy see them around the corner?
If he goes around the corner, he would.
Okay. Tuffy. Well, at least very least Tuffy does get to come in here. Oh, hey, Ika. Alright. Trying to find Hey, E. How are you doing?
Oh, bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Ika's mic is muted.
There's
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi. Tuffy just entered the room. So Tuffy just saying hi to Yuika and to E. How are you doing? And North.
Not so good. I've been observing Wolfnir so far, and like he hasn't woken up yet.
Do we know what's wrong with him?
Well, he had all the sorts of scarring right down to the bone. We were able to get the chromatic stuff removed and like stop the bleeding, so he's stabilized. But I do not know like how long it'll take for him to wake up.
But if he's stable, at the very least, that's a start.
Yes, that is a good start. We're still like the Simic are still observing more about this chromatic star stuff.
Okay.
Sure how long the recovery process will take. Being just in bed and not bleeding out is already a good start.
Is Tuffy able? is Tuffy able to identify anything? Or could it at least help Ika identify anything?
If you want to roll a medicine check, you can.
Okay. Okay, that's a 6.
You're not a doctor.
I'm not a doctor.
You may have fooled yourself into thinking you were a doctor because of being able to help Natan, but Natan's situation is more magical than medical.
And I also had Benzer.
Yeah. Fenzer is not an expert on wounds.
Neither is Tuffy. I would assume that with his work, with some prior work, he could at least, even if he's not a doctor, he could identify a couple things, but most of those things would have been minor. And this is not. Okay. Yeah, I'm not a doctor. I was hoping I could find something. No.
Nah, there's nothing else apart from just all the all the wounds having to be really, really stitched up.
You can kind of hear E whimpering at the description again.
Okay, maybe we shouldn't say that part out loud.
Can Eliza come in at this point?
Wait, what
Sure.
do you mean?
Eliza can come in at this point.
Yeah, I think you hear I think you heard from the grapevine that one of your hubbies was at the hospital.
Yeah.
So it makes sense. I mean, like, when it comes to describing the conditions, we probably shouldn't say them out loud.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just being so desensitized to just seeing people die because of everything that has happened in Amonkhet.
Maybe
not the Amonkhet part, but you and me both.
Tuffy does notice Eliza and gets out of the way for her to be with E.
I assume she could see that E's been crying, right?
Yes.
She hugs him. No words, just hug.
He hugs back.
It's okay. If it makes you feel better, we did kill the guy that did this to your father.
Would Tuffy know who that is?
Yeah.
Thalmor.
It'd be Thalmor.
Cool. I'll just say I knew who it was, but I wanted to know if Tuffy would know.
You watched Gamataki behead him.
Oh, I know,
Yeah.
I know. I'm saying, would Tuffy know who did it rather than and not know who that person? Never mind.
Are you okay? Is there anything I can do for you?
No.
Come on. Let's go outside for a minute, okay? You look like... Come on, it's okay.
So he steps back a couple back a little bit to let them out. And I think Nala actually sees Badrinas in there.
Yeah.
Oh. Were you here for them?
Yeah. It's like, yes, you know, I made sure that they were all here, and I just wanted to give them their privacy.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like it's like I assume you just came from there? Yeah, yeah, how are they all taking it? I know Aki stormed off. He was very emotional, but what about the others?
Well, Eliza's taking me out because I'd imagine this type of thing, this would be tough for anyone.
All right, well, considering everything that's happened, and considering that you are part of the guild, Aki had told me that Florence is going to be at Simic tonight, and I'm going to have him take a look at everything, see what he comes up with.
That would be helpful.
You are welcome to come if, like, both you and Bear are welcome to come if you wish.
All right.
Now, I guess we could consider this a joint function between Simic and Azorius for now.
Mm-hmm.
Do I happen to hear that?
Roll a perception check.
Okay. Dice. A minute. 17.
You catch wind of the relevant part of Florence working for Civic.
Alrighty. With telepathy, Bits, can I join you with that?
And she will respond. Yeah, she'll just respond. You know, it's like, yeah, sure.
No.
It's like I mean, this is still chaser business.
Badrinas, they is going to whisper in your ear.
Okay. Let's see here.
Can Tuffy hear what they is whispering?
No.
Gotcha.
You were thinking about spilt milk.
In fairness, that was kind of a strange thing that happened technically a couple days ago, technically earlier that day. From Tuffy's point of view, it was it was a little while ago. For everyone else, it was 10 minutes ago.
All right. Alrighty.
At this point, Tuffy, you can't hear what they're saying, but you can definitely tell that they're conferring about something.
Oh yeah, I would assume that because Tuffy's literally in front of them.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. Alrighty. Okay, I guess, yeah. I know Tuffy is right in front of me, but I guess could Tuffy perhaps roll insight?
All right, I'll roll insight. Am I rolling insight against anything?
No, just I think I would just probably just say pure insight.
Okay. Let me. Okay. 21.
Okay. So in the silence, like, you know, you can just kind of see, like, Vedrinus's, like, you know, expression, you know, just calm as usual, and then for a brief moment, you kind of get, like, you know, see it, like, in her eyes, like, you know, like, a hint of, shock, surprise, and confusion.
From the thing that was whispered. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, Tuffy. Admittedly, that's sometimes what happens when something like secret is said, but like, you know, secrets are secrets. It's just, I wonder what. But it does make him think.
Okay. Alright, but yeah, but in the midst of all that, Vedrinus, yeah, bringing your attention back to Tuffy, she'll say, you know, it's like, I suppose Eliza has overheard, and she wants to come to Simic. She wants to come to Simic as well. Considering this is chaser business, you know, it might actually be beneficial if everyone comes to Simic to get these results.
All right. I'll inform the others. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. First, since she's literally here, Tuffy's gonna tell Ika to come to Simic with her.
Like, come to Simic? Is that... Yeah, we can see. If you go to Simic, they may have better results about how they've researched the chromatic star stuff so far.
Mm-hmm.
They'll be able to find a cure to be able to reverse that stuff.
All right. After that.
Yeah, I'll just inform the other two like people there that I'll be heading out, and to just make sure that Wolfnir is okay.
Okay. Tuffy then tells Bear. James too, but James is probably gonna stick around to make sure nothing happens with the Tan. Correct?
Yeah, it's like I would still need to keep guard over Natan, as well as the fact that this is Tracer business and not Azorius business.
That's fair. And what do you think, Bear?
Their business. Bear will be there.
All right. I'll go find Gamataki and Ik. All right. Tuffy's gonna go to wherever they are, or wherever he thinks they may be.
before
Well,
I
I need to-
go.
When I need to go find, when I need to go like investigate where they may be or anything.
Potentially. What did Eliza want to do just now?
Well, firstly, she's got some flowers in her hand, and she's gonna say, before I'm gonna go do something real quick, and Boone, you probably already know what she's gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll be back in a bit. I'll see you at the Simic Lab. And she hugs me one more time.
All right, let's try to do some. All right, I'll go and roll for investigation.
Well, actually, we'll handle you finding the others to tell them to go to Simic. In the future. For now, Eliza, I know what you're doing.
Yes.
You're headed to the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
So you go to the bridge, right?
Hang on. There it goes. Where's my token? There it is, way over there. Alright, yep, I am heading over to the bridge.
I would like for you to roll as you're going up to the spot you normally go to on the bridge. I want you to roll a perception check.
Alrighty. That'll be a dirty 20.
There does appear to be someone behind you as you're headed towards the bridge. Someone in a white hooded cloak.
Peculiar. I'm kind of watching them. I'm still carrying the flowers to said spot.
They are definitely following you.
Alrighty. She turns and goes, hi? Is there a reason you're following me?
I just couldn't help but notice how often you seem to come here.
It's a place of memories, and I do this to honor somebody that died here.
Who was it, if you don't mind me asking?
His name was Gideon Jura.
Very strange. The name almost sounds familiar.
Were you... Rumor was that he was a hero.
think I knew someone like that.
Who was it to you?
You'll laugh at me calling this man a hero. But he was the leader of a group of thieves.
That's interesting. I mean, I've heard of thieves with honor, though. Do you happen to know the name of this hero? Or this thief? Sorry.
Yes, I do. His name was Kythion.
Kythion?
Yes.
That sounds vaguely familiar. Eliza will set the flowers down on the exact spot. This Kythion, what was he like?
Rather protective to a fault.
The protective type.
He viewed those that worked alongside him as... well, their own safety was more important than his.
A caring soul.
Cost him, though.
One who's willing to lay their life down for another.
I apologize. I should introduce myself. Give me just a second.
Is it time for the patented after credit scene of the introduction of one character, then cutting out?
No, because for that to work, it has to be a character that you guys would have some means of already knowing.
However, that's still a good way to end it. My name is blank cut.
Actually, no. My name is fucking Hoopa.
No, we're not at that point in the session.
Not yet. The session isn't over.
It's the fucking pigeon.
Good, but doing it 2 sessions in a, or not really 2 sessions in a row, but you know, doing it too much can kind of kill it. My name is Crichton.
It's very nice to meet you. I'm Eliza.
Liza. No, that doesn't ring a bell either. Still, it's nice to formally make your acquaintance.
It's very nice to make your acquaintance as well. What brings you here?
Good question. One that I don't think I necessarily have the answer to. I suppose you could just call me a traveler, and I just follow whatever place seems to be the correct one for me to go to next.
So you follow the winds.
That is one way to put it.
I've also been told not all those who wander are lost.
I wouldn't say that I'm lost. Say I have a tendency to be where I need to be at various times.
Boy, have you come into a weird timing then.
I would suppose. I've heard hearsay about the things that are happening.
Yeah. Trying to stop a Ravnic cult from bringing back an unspeakable evil. As well as dealing with my own trauma. And that trauma
Most likely,
Go on.
in part, I'd imagine it's related to the reason you mourn on this bridge.
Yes. A terrible war took place here. And unfortunately, I witnessed the end of that war. The memory was so scarring that I basically blacked out the rest of that day, but I still remember his death.
What kind of flowers do you normally leave?
I leave, Eliza leaves lilies as they are symbols of purity. She leaves behind roses, which are, symbols of love. And she leaves behind lilies of the valley, which is a very special flower to her. Let me get you the meaning of the lilies of the valley real quick. Oh, yeah. The lilies of the valleys are symbols of purity, joy, love, sincerity, and happiness. Very fitting.
I noticed that one of the flowers you leave are pollinaris.
Yeah, they're very special.
Can't think of many people, at least not here, that would think of them.
And the strange
I
thing
can-
is, you go on.
I can immediately think of one person who would appreciate such a gift, though.
Who would that be?
Kytheon, again, he would very well understand their meaning.
She will actually take one of the flowers and actually hand it to them.
Oh, Thank you.
You're welcome.
Suppose if this Gideon was so important to this place, people like you should leave my own parting. He pulls out a pair of coins. They aren't exactly the same as flowers. Something like this would hold deep meaning where I'm from. And Eliza,
he's from.
Yeah, and Eliza, you dated Arlington.
And she has a pair of those coins too.
Mm-hmm.
So she sees those coins. You are from Theros. As she will pull out her same coins.
Actually. From Oreskos, specifically.
Rescos?
Yes. Hell yeah, perchance.
No, I'm not. I haven't been to the plane itself.
Hmm. I think given how attached to those coins you are, then perhaps you should at some point go there. If you're capable of doing so, of course.
I can, and I technically have a connection, but I don't know if we're ready to go there yet.
I see. He leaves the 2 coins there. If you do go there and we meet again at some point, do tell me your thoughts on it, please.
I will. And once again, thank you for honoring him. And it was also a very pleasure to meet you as well.
It was a pleasure to meet you too, Miss Eliza.
All right. Take care of yourself and be careful.
Same to you. And he will walk away. And that is where we're going to end the session.
Yay!
Okay, now you can do the line.
Oh, nice.
Oh, you can do it.
Yeah, so fucking Hoopa comes in. Oh, is this my cue now?
That motherfucker. That Hooper. That's fucking Hooper!
Also, that fucking pigeon too. Don't forget about that.
That fucking pigeon, he keeps coming back. When are we going to shoot Dave?
Plot
Hello,
twist.
I'm Dave.
Alright.
The problem is, now that because I have ascribed Dave as either the cameraman or now the pigeon, we can't have NPCs called Dave. Because I will,
You can't.
I will unreasonably hate them.
Alrighty.
That was a fun session.
So, just as the reminder, June 10th will be Strixhaven. So, June 14th, it's 2 weeks from now, we will be coming back to Ravnica.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Hope you guys look forward to that.
Look forward to it, because if you don't, I will find you and make you look forward to it.
You
That is
don't
not a
want
threat.
that to happen.
That is not a threat. That is a promise.
Oh, no, it's a threat.
Give you the good old 1 and 2 and 3.
I'll give you the 1, 2, 4, and 5. I can't give you 3 because that belongs to someone else.
Oh, what's that? Did you get a crit?
Alright, anywho, good night, everybody.
Night, night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.